Hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. No, Tuesday. It is so not Tuesday. It's Friday. So that's the kind of week I've been having, apparently. We made good progress yesterday. I just wanted to keep going on pie. I didn't have a better idea for Friday's stream, so it's a bonus pie day today. Yesterday we got Muckmocks up and running, and they appear to be running? Sure. I think this one doesn't quite run full time. I don't remember the ratio. Let me double check that in EFC, make sure there's not something wrong. Muckmocks. No, all three of those should be running full time. Oh, you know what? I bet they're just buffering calves. I bet that's the issue. Yeah, that's got to be the issue. All right. Yeah, once they all get their buffers filled, it should run. Cool. I'll keep an eye on it, but I think that's okay. What else did we do yesterday? We fixed a bunch of random, like, bugs and bottlenecks around the base. We got our flue gas void, hopefully back up to snuff. We were backing up on flue gas in a few places. So this had to be expanded, and it's now probably the single busiest, like, spot in the whole freaking base. We are capable of voiding, like, 2,000 flue gas a second now. Which is great, because we always need more sulfuric acid, so I'm fine with that. What else did we do yesterday? I don't know. We refactored our Red Hot Coke so that it makes more Coke. Before it was just making Coke oven gas because we were running low on Coke around the base. So hopefully this can help keep up with that, and if we need to do more Red Hot Coke, we can. Although I will need to find a better use for the Coke oven gas if we do that. Because right now we're just, like, voiding it to flue gas, and that is... while it gets the job done, it's a lot of flue gas. So today... we're going to start on Navens. I believe we have everything we need to do the main Navens build. Yeah. This is not a difficult build. And then once we have these guys going, we can do the last steps here, the Paraline, and that's the last input to the self-assembly monolayer material. I believe we have everything else ready to go for this. That does feed directly into science, but it also is a required material for... I don't think it's required for any of the nuclear buildings, but it is a required material for us to get Vat Brains. I think Vat Brains needs it. Yeah, Vat Brains needs it. And it's used as well in the upgraded heat exchangers, biomass power plant, and the high-pressure steam turbine. So it's needed for our upgraded power. So we do want to see that coming through for us. Once we have Navens and the Paraline and self-assembly monolayer material done, our options are still basically what they were yesterday for our next steps, which is either bottleneck hunting or we work on nuclear. I'm hesitant to jump into nuclear until we have power sorted with the new power buildings, but given how slow the mechanical parts too have been to like really get themselves going, I mean, we got a few hundred of them. We might get a delivery eventually. But, you know, we also need to get a delivery of brakes. We also need to get a delivery of, like, gearboxes. Those are the worst. And a lot of this and these electric engine units have been blocked on shafts up here. And shafts are broken because our antimony has been a problem. So if antimony remains a problem, we're going to have to make some choices. And those choices almost certainly involve making more hydrogen peroxide. Which means we finally expand the Zeiss, like I've been talking about for the past couple of weeks. Because I believe that arthropod blood is still pretty much our limiting factor for hydrogen peroxide production. But if we wanted to rely entirely on... I'd need to figure out how much arthropod blood we'd need if we wanted to switch antimony processing to antimony 2. Because this pulls in a lot of lead acetate. Yeah, and like we have all the infrastructure here, I think, to be able to do antimony processing 2. We just are not using it. Because I did build it all the way out, and then I realized that it was sucking down all of my hydrogen peroxide, and I moved away from it. Yeah, and fuel has also been an issue for these guys. Because we have so many of these basic oxygen furnaces, it has been a challenge. But that is not what we're going to work on right away. I want to just give that time and see if, like, as things back up and as resources accumulate, if our antimony demand sort of does settle down, because especially once intermetallics finish buffering, and like, yes, that's going to take a while. That means that more of our antimony will be going directly into mech parts. All right. That's all stuff to think about later, though. For now, let's grab the buildings we need for the Navens. And we need 6 spore collectors. All right. One moment, let me do some, Yeah, I'll figure it out in a second. The YAFC page just says 1 a second, but I should adjust it so that it is actually whatever 24 Navens Cultures produces, which is going to be like 1 and change. I just need to figure out the final computed crafting speed of a Navens culture, and I don't have that immediately available to me, so we'll leave that for now, and the I'll update the AFC sheet once I have all the buildings placed and I can see what their actual speed is. Oh, the other thing we want is the Navens themselves, which probably ended up in storage somewhere, or are they still up here? There we go, 4 of them. It's not a lot, but it's enough to get one building started to bootstrap the rest of it. These guys were fairly expensive. May as well also grab the Navens. Oh, that doesn't work. I've been playing a lot of Minecraft. I'm doing the, like, middle click to try to reorganize inventory thing. Not a thing. Okay. So... yeah, we can just run over to wherever we want to build Navens and get this knocked out. And then the Paraline and the self-assembly monolayer material is going to end up at the opposite corner of the base. Just because that's how things have worked out, is I've been doing a bunch of AL stuff up here, so we're going to keep doing AL stuff here for consistency and so that I can... It helps to have some higher level organization, just so I can find things. And then the rest of that, the Paraline and the self-assembly monolayer material will come down here, because down here is where I've been doing a lot of sort of this tier of chemistry and mechanical bits and bobs. So all of that ends up down there. Do I even need 2 stations? No, I don't. This is an easy one. Clear some space so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, wait, you know what? I lied. We do need... because this takes in guts, which can decay, so we need to make sure that we have an extra station to handle the potential decay products. So, drop-off station at the start. And then we'll have 2 pickup stations. One for the Navens themselves, and one for any decayed guts. And then, what is next? Our input is improved fungal substrate and fertilizer, plus the guts, but I'm going to do... I'm going to do the guts from a decider combinator. And what I want to do here, hook that up, and I'll also have to hook up the output. But I want to say if there's fertilizer and there's improved fungal substrate, only then do you request guts. And that way we're not, like, constantly requesting guts if any of the other ingredients are not available. We've done this setup before on other stations. And then the other condition that I will add to this is that the final, like, the Naven's output is less than some threshold. And Navens themselves are less than, 10 stacks of 50? So less than 5,000? And then, yeah, the guts will get dispatched after the other deliveries show up. Build itself, 24 of these guys. Oh, these aren't actually that big. Excellent. Our overall input is... Okay, the crafting speed is 0.6. That's the number I was looking for. So it's 1.08 navens per second is what we're crafting, not the 1. Wait, 1.8 or 2 8s? 1.008, excuse me. So close to 1.01. There we go. Now EFC says that we have exactly 24 buildings. Alright, let's be smarter and not do every step of this, like, fully individually. And then input-wise, we have a total of 4 inputs. One of those is going to have to... I mean, they're all such small amounts, it doesn't really matter. It's just that we are going to have 2 belts of inputs. And we'll disconnect these belts for now, because only one of these is going to be functional initially. there's our ingredients. Oh, I didn't put power on here. Really? They don't reach? Hi, why are you like this? All right. I think all of these things not quite reaching is the game telling me that I really should upgrade to Nexalit power poles, and I am just steadfastly not doing that. I know they're there. In my brain, they're still expensive. They're probably not that expensive anymore. That's interesting. Did I miss, oh, I did. Alright, that should fix the train routing issue. We still don't have enough trains. That's a different problem. Alright, so this one will have to have the guts on it. And then we'll split that here. What do guts decay into? Jerky. That'll be jerky out, and we're only putting in like 1 guts a second, so we only need to pull out like 1 jerky a second at worst. And then here, our final actual output is... Honestly, it would almost be better to take it around the other direction, wouldn't it? Little over 1 navens a second, so that is fine there. Bop. All right. So now we just need our belts with our other inputs in them. So one of them is going to be the, I guess the guts and the fungal substrate is what we're going to output first. Guts and improved fungal substrate. And that'll be this belt. And then the other side needs to be the fertilizer and the spores. So we'll do one here for fertilizer. And then we have our 6 spore collectors here. Oh, I want to turn off that so we're not... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. All of this stuff is in such low quantities, and the decayable thing has to loop around anyway, so we may as well just let it all loop, and these guys will all get themselves ready to go, as ready as they can be. What's our... Oh, I see our issue. There we go. Because this was on the green network, it was looking at also the negative signal from this, so it was never going positive. Now it should be outputting green for guts. Yes, and now it's being dispatched. Beautiful. And it does seem like we still need a lot more trains. Lovely. Oh yeah, I can see there's no trains at any of our depots. So I will have to keep an eye on... Oh my gosh, that's a lot of trains missing. I'll have to keep an eye on the mall here and figure out when we have... We do have 5 cargo wagons. Okay. So we could do another 5 trains there. I would like to stay here and see Navins turn on before I, leave. Because we're just waiting on the guts delivery. Woo, that is, this main intersection is continuing to be more of a bottleneck, I've been noticing. I'm not sure what the right thing to do about that is. Probably to get, this or this connected down, here. So stuff from the top right has an alternate route to get down to, this part of the world. I could also potentially just replace this cloverleaf with something else, right? Because cloverleafs are a bad intersection design, and they look great, and I love them for, again, the aesthetic choices I've made around the base. But they do need some, in places where we have more throughput, I could replace this with a better intersection. That is an option. Oh, hey, shafts are running again. My favorite. And that means that gearboxes should also be running again. Yes. All right. That is good to see. It is very nice to see both of those running. Mechanical parts is fully backed up here, right? Yes, that is fully backed up. Cool. All right. Control panels are just actually almost fully backed up, which is great. Whatever they demand. Batteries and circuits. Yeah, I mean, not awful, but it'll be nice to have a little less demand on those things once this is fully backed up. Brakes, I'm sure, will still be delivered down here at least once. Oh, and we got a bunch of modules, too. Excellent, 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 excellent. So yeah, we're still gearbox limited down here, which is really shaft limited up top. And a lot of the other components here have had a chance to accumulate. So we'll, when we get more gearboxes into here, this will run quite a bit, and we should get a bunch more mechanical parts pretty quickly, which is great. Because these are, what, 1-to-1? Well, plus prod, so 1.1 to 1. So I was going to say, I'm surprised there's not more gearboxes here, but there's a lot that are sitting here. So that's probably a lot of them. Uh, 15 times 8 is 120. That just seems like not that much. Like, if we got a train load of gearboxes here, then surely we should have, like, close to... Did I hand deliver some gearboxes at one point, maybe? Is that what happened? No, wait, we have gearboxes. What is this stopped on? Oh, this is stopped on titanium. Okay, I'm an idiot. And we were looking at titanium last time. We are researching the titanium upgrade now. So, that might be something we do today, is upgrade titanium. Because I think titanium is likely to still be a problem. Yeah, we have 5 stations that want titanium. Ooh, this one is also wanting Nexalit. Let me double check that. Yeah, I mean... Sure. Do I get better Nexalit processing anytime soon? I get it in Chem. Awesome. Alright. So there's not a lot I can do about Nexalit right now. I could try to push the, I could try to expand this a little bit further. Get a couple more Digosaurs in here, but... I'm not sure that's worth it. We can also rebuild like a tailings to Nexilate build. We used to have one, and we got rid of it because it wasn't doing anything useful. But, like, we could always bring that back. That's an option. All right, is this running yet? Have we gotten our guts? We've gotten guts. But this is not running. Oh, I didn't hook up water. I'm an idiot. Now it's running. Cool. And we need 23 times 4 of these guys, so 92. We're making one a second. Oh, this will only take actually literally a couple of minutes for all of these modules to get built. So I'll come basically whenever I come check back on this, it will be good to go. All right, let's get make sure the road is clear, as always. So we can move through here quickly when we need to. Cool, Navens are done. The next things are going to be the Paraline, and then the actual self-assembly monolayer material build. So Paraline is just two chemical plants. That's easy enough. An advanced found... Oh, this needs heat. Glad I was paying attention. Too bad there's no easy way to make heat from hydrogen. It would be nice to have a fluid heater. But, oh well. All right, lots of inputs. I might put the PTCDA basically on its own build just to separate some of the inputs. And that way the self-assembly monolayer material only has 6. And then the other question was about whether I want to put trichlorosilane anywhere, and I think I decided against it. In the electron-grade silicon build, the hydrogen byproduct, like, fully loops. So I think here it's just kind of its own thing. Let's build this at a stupid big scale. Not because we need to build it at a bigger scale, but just because it, especially since we have to deal with heat, it's nice to build it at a scale where I have multiple buildings, so I can kind of see how the whole layout works. So we're going to build this at a bigger scale, even though it will not be able to run at this scale for a very long time. Because this is going to use like twice as much Paraline as we actually have available. And the Paraline, in turn, is limited by Navens, so, I mean, obviously we'll build this so we can expand it. We're probably also limited by the organic acid anhydride, actually. Yeah, we're only making 10 a second of that, too. And this is basically limited, I think, by fatty acids. But this is easy enough to expand, and I think I actually designed that build so it's expandable, if I find where I'm making it down here. Yeah. I designed this so I can grow it. So if I do want to try to make this, you know, capable of keeping up with this 3x build of the self-assembly monolayer, we can. Although maybe I should just build it at, you know what? I'm going to build it at this scale, but I'll ghost in all of the other buildings. Let's do it that way. And then the Paraline also needs 2 chemical plants. Kind of always keeping an eye on silicon. We did get a silicon delivery somewhere. Must have been to MOSFETs. Yep, MOSFETs are running. Cool. And then transistors are still blocked on... Okay, also on silicon at this point. We did get melamine going again. That was something we fixed yesterday. But transistors are not immediately in demand either, so... Oops. I have no idea who gets MOSFETs next, if it's complex circuit boards here, or if it's electronics here. I think electronics here got them last time, so it'll be complex circuits. And then wherever those are going to get delivered to... KDE detected, yep. I need to reprogram the knob on my keyboard so it's not a volume knob, because I never want to use it as a volume knob. I should do something more interesting with it, but it's right next to the escape key, and sometimes I bump it. Our next delivery of red chips might actually finally end up going to the mall, which would be cool. That would turn on a bunch of stuff at the mall if that happened. Okay, we've got all of our buildings. Let's head back down. What are the bots still bringing me? Some inserters. I have all my pipes. Not quite. All right, finally we are getting transport belts. Yay. while we're waiting for the bot deliveries, just do a check on everything. Shafts are stopped again. No surprise there. Gearboxes are going to be stopped again. Oh, this is running. Something actually, like, got a load of these. Weird. Yeah, shafts did not make it to a delivery. Gearboxes did not make it to a delivery. Oh, gearboxes are still running. Okay. Maybe they did get a delivery recently. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Or, sorry, brakes, not gearboxes. Gearboxes were blocked on titanium and probably still are? Yes. Utility boxes are blocked on, okay, complex circuits. Control panels are blocked on Bakelite. Really? Bakelite is... See yellow. Hydrogen. Is something not hooked up right with the hydrogen outputs? Wait, I thought I fixed this. Oh! I marked it for destruction, which let the undergrounds reconnect. But I never apparently actually went by and picked up the pipe. And then the mark for destruction isn't persisted across saves, so it just reconnected and broke it again? Is that what happened? If so, that's weird. We'll deal with that later. I will fix it. I have to go back up to Naven's anyway and insert all the modules for the rest of the buildings. So when I do that, we will, we'll also fix Bakelite permanently. But for now, I want to head down to where I'm going to set up the Paraline, the PTCDA, etc. All right, the first step is the Paraline. So this is just, what, a fluid input, a solid input, and a fluid output. Okay, that's not bad. How many solid ingredients do we have? 3. That's an annoying number, but so be it. It is annoying in that it does not fit nicely on a number of belts because it's an odd number. That's the only thing annoying about that. All right, so our requests here are going to be the Navens. It's going to be Nexalate plates, and it's going to be phosphorus pentasulfide. And then those feed onto you belts. All right, and then we're going to have our... Actually going to do it like that. Our inputs are 1.2 items a second. All right, I think that's basically just one yellow inserter. Oh, but they have to be across 2 lanes, so we're doing that. Our output is going to come right through here. And then up here we have 2 inputs. And I am just going to ghost in the ability for us to expand this a lot more if I need to. Just so I have an idea of where everything fits. Output, will the output squeeze in here, or does it, like, overlap with our buildings? It'll overlap with our belts here, won't it? All right. So we'll do the input here. It's also snug, but it's not as snug. All right, input here. And then output here. And Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off because I hate pre-roll ads. So when we come back from the ad break, we'll finish getting this built and hooked up, and then we'll get the rest of the self-assembly monolayer stuff figured out. I recommend you get a drink of water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. Don't actually watch the ads. Ew, ads are gross. I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, folks. I was just poking around during the ad break trying to figure out where my Nexilid is going. I think it just turns out that, like, as you get into chem science, you just use a lot of Nexilid. I don't think it's any single thing. Like, Nexilid batteries use a bunch of Nexilid and are also, yeah, currently blocked on it. We have the new Nexilid antimony alloy. The higher demand on Mech Parts 1 for shafts is Nexilid antimony special alloy, right? All of these things are Nexilid. And I'm still running less than a belt of war, so I will have to consider expanding Nexilid probably sooner than later. But for now, let's finish getting this build done. Alright, so there is the Paraline out, and then our inputs are tar and benzene. And we got to get those looped around. All right. That should be the fluid inputs. We're waiting on Navens. We're waiting on Nextlit Plate. But I think this is more or less done. And then the next one is the actual self-assembly monolayer material. And this is where I was trying to decide how I want to handle all the inputs. Oh, good. More Nextlit. Just what we needed. I think what I'm going to do is I'll set up one input. We'll just set up more than one input station, basically. We'll have one input station for these 4 ingredients that feed the final step, and we'll have another input station for the coke, the silicon, the plastic bar, and the filtration media. And that way we can route all of those to, like, their different places. So we'll have 2 input stations for solids, 1 input station for fluids, so that's 3 stations, an output station for the hydrogen, an output station for ash, and an output station for the actual product. So that is 6 stations. So that is a full set of rail stations. Whee! Okay. So this is going to be a fun one to get organized, because we have effectively a couple of sub-steps in the build. I guess let's get the fluid in first, and we'll go from there. And I'll line these up with this, because we can. What are we bringing in? We're bringing in hydrogen, chloride, we're bringing in organic acid anhydride, and we're bringing in the parylene. So those are our fluids. And then our first solid input. We need to bring in the coke, which will be our heat source. We need to bring in silicon. We need to bring in filtration media. And we need to bring in plastic. All right, so the first step is making trichlorosilane. So that's the silicon out along with the hydrogen chloride. And that is fed into... some machines. Shoot. No. Okay. Apparently, I've decided which of these are filtered to what now. So the trichlorosilane is 2 fluidized bed reactors. Yeah, we have plenty of space to work here. And then for the bigger scale, yeah, we could go up to 4 of these. That's pulling in silicon. And each of these pulls in half a silicon a second. All right. Done and done, plus power. Oh, I didn't plug in this whole unit yet. That's a problem. There we go. Oh, these barely fit together. All right. We'll bring the hydrogen up and out. We'll have an output for the hydrogen. Right there. And then this hydrogen needs to be a high priority output. Because it's a byproduct. Okay. Next. Trichlorosilane. No, the next is making the PTCDA, which is a wet scrubber, plastic bars, and filtration media. Okay. Plastic bar and filtration media. And those feed into wet scrubber. Making the PTCDA. Our solid inputs are very tiny, so that's just one inserter. And then we output need to bring in those input fluids. I'll bring those ones down this side, I think. So I can just do like this thing. What's this? This is going to be the Paraline. Okay. And then... I think we can go down here. All right. So now we are going to take our output here. We have... I did this wrong. This is not the output I thought it was. Okay. Let me figure this out. Yeah, no side has both of our outputs. That's a real obnoxious layout. This is, like, so much worse than the... Okay. We're just going to accept some losses here, and I'm going to have to relay out this whole thing. That's what's happening. So the hydrogen is fine. How do I do this over here? What is the build for this? Because I think we just copy whatever I had. And we move on with our lives. Okay, so the hydrogen chloride comes down to here. The hydrogen is there. And then the trichlorosilane is output here. All right. Cool. I think that's right. I'm not totally convinced it's right, but I think it's right. And then for the last thing, we will need our heat. So we'll go ahead and set up that. Not that. This one. Ash output here. Oh, I'm an idiot. I said this was going to take 90 seconds, but that would be if they were all running. It's 1/24th of 90 seconds, or 24 times 90 seconds. So that's like, I don't know, 35 minutes. So we'll get this build done, and then we'll go up there, and then it should be pretty close to actually ready for us. Alright, now we've got advanced foundries, which are awful when it comes to heat, by the way. But I think we can do something like this to make self-assembly monolayer material. Five inputs and an output. Ugh. This is awful. This is a truly awful, awful thing to try to make. Because, like, I can't really use this side. Because I have to have, well, I mean, I can have two items come in on this side, right? But, like... I can bring in the trichlorosilane here. That's fine. That's easy enough. And then this will be the PT-CDA. Which is only, yeah, it's all small quantities. And then I guess I'm going to make this the output side, actually. And we'll do some belt shenanigans here. Alright, so our last thing that is an output is the actual product output. So that'll go there. Ash output needs to be high priority. It's a byproduct. How much of this are we making? A tiny, tiny amount. One inserter is sufficient. Now I just need to figure out the other inputs to this, because this is awful. I really wish there were underground heat pipes. That would do so much for keeping my heat builds cleaner and more organized. But unfortunately, underground heat pipes are a pipe dream. So all right, so we're going to have our solid drop-off station here. We're going to have 2 belts coming through here. And then that's not working, is it? Oh, wait. No, we can make this work. We can make this work. If we pull these ones through like that, and then run one more inserter here and here. There's our other belt of inputs. All right. I hate it, but it works. That's all of our inputs. So then we just have to get our last requests in up here, which is for the niobium, aluminium, titanium special alloy. Yep. The chromium, molybdenum, nickel special alloy. The rayon and nexolite. All right. There we go. So that's everything for this. Now it's just a matter of, like, getting it to actually turn on. So obviously going to get the Navens running at full speed is important here. Nexolite plate is apparently a big bottleneck for us now, so we will have to think about that. I also... Oh, I need to put another radar down here. Let's do that before I leave, so I don't forget. Oh my god. Let's get some more trains. Here, let me change that cap. We'll drop 10 trains off down there on our way by, because apparently we need heaps and heaps of trains. And we will go from there. So yeah, we got to drop off some trains. We've got to fix Bakelite, and we've got to go grab the Navis modules so that will start running full speed. Oh, blueprints are so nice for trains. Okay. That's 10 more trains. We might need more than that. It looks like all of the trains we can't get deliveries on are solid trains at this point, so that's potentially a good sign that our fluid trains at least are caught up. Alright, Bakelite, fix that pipe bots. Fix it permanently. We have no biomass? Oh, it's being delivered now. Okay. That... I'm gonna... Well, I guess we can find out. Like... Yeah, we have a bunch of biomass around. So I think that delay in that delivery for that one is only due to our lack of trains rather than due to us not actually having enough biomass. Okay. Ooh, that was... Okay. So that's just going to take a little while now for Navins to actually populate and for this to be ready for delivery. I mean, at 1 a second to get 20 stacks of 50... That's, what? 15, 20 minutes, somewhere in there. So the other things blocking this from running, Nexolit plate, we've mentioned. Maybe I should look into Nexolit plate. Down here, I think we have nothing. Is this... Oops. Requesting things. There's one train with this stop. Oh, but of course, this is our situation. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for everything to get delivered there. Keep an eye on this, check in on electronics while we're waiting. They are running. We did get a delivery of them somewhere. Mech parts are actually running, which I guess means gearboxes got a delivery of titanium. Yay. That'll be good. How many of those have we got? 61! But still, getting these mechanical parts finally to the threshold of a delivery will be really nice. Yes, very close. I don't know if anything runs with just those. I think we might need other... Yeah, I think at the very least we need a delivery of complex circuits and the self-assembly monolayer material. Yeah, and then for the actual turbine, we need everything. So it is going to be a minute before power is... I mean, I can hand deliver some of this stuff, because I think we only need, like, one turbine. I'd have to double-check YAFC. We can double-check YAFC. Power. Yeah, it's all scaled to one turbine. So, like, we can definitely hand gather the parts for this turbine if we need to. Oh, and this also assumes efficiency modules, so I should make a couple of efficiency modules. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. I have all the stuff for them. I think they're the same recipe as productivity modules, right? Do we have them researched, though, is the question. Let's get those running, because we are going to need them for our power plant. Yeah, let's drop off another, like, load of trains. It seems like we need them. Cool. So we will see if those trains are able to catch up. No trains with this stop. Am I an idiot? No, these are all requested correctly. Like, we should have these alloys available, right? We're making them, and we're making them in quantity? Yeah. Below threshold? Eh? Oh, it did get deliveries of all of these. Oh, I never hooked up the belts. Oh, jeez, I'm an idiot. Okay, let's go do that. I'm sitting here trying to figure out why those ingredients haven't made it to the assemblers yet and thinking there's something wrong with Cybersyn, and Cybersyn is fine. Cybersyn's doing great. And I think we're probably going to have to look at either using our new titanium recipe and getting titanium upgraded, or we need to look into expanding Nexalit, or probably both. Because those are the... It seems like titanium has been a little bit of a bottleneck, but Nexalit is definitely bottlenecking us right now. All of this new stuff uses a ton of Nexalit. Cool. Also, do any of these steps take prod modules? This one does. This one does not. This one does. Alright, let's recompute all of this stuff with prod modules where it belongs. Oh, Paraline will also take prod modules. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's prod that for sure. And then prod whatever steps here. Yep, take prod. And yeah, that's going to use a lot more of the coal power plant, so we're going to need another advanced foundry and another wet scrubber, I think, to get everything up to ratio. We can grab those. That's easy enough. And on the Paraline side... Oh, this only pulls in 5.5 now, though. Yeah. So this is where we can start to be like, hey, let's go to, like, 0.1. There we go. 0.11. Exactly 2 advanced foundries, exactly 2 fluidized bed reactors making trichlorosilane, 9 Paraline a second. This will make 10. So yeah, we need one more chemical plant, we need one more advanced foundry, we need one more wet scrubber. And we also need to grab the prod modules, but that's fine. Because, yeah, getting all of this prodded is definitely a worthwhile endeavor. All the way back to the mall, though, which is not fun, but oh well. And then we'll swing by the Mech Parts 2 build and grab the prod modules, because we're making those on site there. I probably have enough prod modules that I can take down that temporary on-site build and switch to making modules in the mall, just like the same way I make everything else. Because if we look down here, this is just pulling in... Yeah, I've got 55 of them. This is just pulling in, you know, like a third of the belt from several of these things. And we could stop doing that, and it would be pushing more of those utility boxes and control panels, etc., to be getting them ready to push them to the mall where they can be used for other things. So we should probably make that change, like just get rid of the temporary module build. Although I will want to switch it over to speed modules briefly when we're getting our new power plant in place. I am going to turn this off for now, though. And you know what? I'm going to turn it off entirely. I am going to take this build apart. Let's do it. I'm going to say that we do have enough of these modules for now. And that will let it redirect everything to the right places. Yay! Because, yeah, I think control panels and utility boxes are likely to be some of the first things to fully back up here. And then they'll just start dumping right into their... right into their train stations. So... just let that stuff run. Cool. That is fully prodded now. Can a coal power plant Mark II take modules? It can't. Okay. I just checked in YAFC real quick. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to get away with less coal input for the heat, but they do not take efficiency modules, unfortunately. But I think this is pretty much ready to go. It needs a delivery of Nexolite, of course. And we need the Paraline, and the Paraline comes from Navens. So it'll be a few minutes before we get our deliveries of those. I mean, pretty close, actually, to the first delivery. Nexolite might be a bigger problem. Yeah, Nexolite demand remains high. Wow, still not enough trains. Oh, and we're out of titanium again. Naturally. How is the titanium doing here in rail base land? I mean, it's running. It does seem like it's running consistently now, at least, but it is. We could definitely take the time and do the titanium upgrade. That is 100% an option. Let's look into that. Let's see what that looks like in YFC here. Titanium plate. Which we're going to be switching to this recipe. I feel like I'm missing another input somewhere. This one, probably. And then the titanium pulp. Oh, I can either make into purified titanium pulp, or I can recycle the MIBC? Ooh, okay. If we recycle the MIBC, titanium overflow waste just becomes more titanium rejects. Okay. We do the other one. That's still titanium rejects. High-grade titanium powder. Concentrated titanium. Which goes into molten titanium. Okay. So this gives us 20 plates a second if we do it this way. Or if we do this one, how much titanium? Only 4.3 a second. Okay, no. Understood. This is not the way to do it. Yeah, we got to go through the high-grade titanium, concentrated titanium, molten titanium. Okay. So that's the whole deal. If we start from the top, I think we're still doing the titanium grade 1. Then the grade 3 goes to the grade 4, which instead of turning into titanium plate, we now powder, and we get our titanium pulp out of that as well. The powder goes to the enriched dust, which we melt down because there's nothing else to do with it right now. Correct. The titanium pulp is purified. The purified pulp goes to high-grade titanium, concentrated titanium, molten titanium. And the titanium overflow waste is more rejects. All of the rejects come together and get recycled into more titanium grade 3. Okay. So I think everything up to here is the same as what we have, right? It's just taking the grade 4 and then doing other stuff with it. 9542. 954. Oh, we're not even getting that far. We're turning the titanium grade 4 into... Oh, we're turning the grade 3 into plates. Oh, so we could maybe get further just by turning it into grade 4 and not do all the complex processing, right? So if we're just turning the grade 3 into plate and the rejects into more grade 3, that's 2 plates a second. We turn the grade 3 into grade 4 and then turn that into plate. 3.77 versus 2.88. Okay. So yeah, we can get a quick bump just by adding 3 ball mills to this process and not even changing anything else. Plus it looks like it'll be more fuel efficient. So I think that's what we should do. And we'll do that when we come back from the ad break, because it has been another hour. I need to get myself some more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as humans, and when we come back from the ad break, we'll do this quick and easy upgrade to titanium, and we'll see if that's enough to meet demand, or if we have to go to the full titanium processing. I'll see y'all soon. All right, welcome back. We have returned. So yeah, as I was saying before the break, rather than do the full complex titanium processing route, and especially because I don't think I have the MIBC that I need yet, we're just going to do one extra crushing step, and hopefully that'll get us... It's a little under 1 titanium plate extra per second, from 2.88 to 3.77. So, like, it's not a huge amount extra, but it's a solid bump. And, oh, nope, we don't need any of those things. We don't need that anymore. What we do need is 3 ball mills. All right. And we'll see if this is enough of a bump to just kind of keep titanium at the moment from going crazy. We can definitely invest in making the MIBC that we need for titanium. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Acetone, petroleum gas, and copper plate makes 200 of it. And then, I mean, that will get through 4 titanium grade 4, which is not a lot. I assume the MIBC recycling recipe is there for a reason, right? Like, is there something that wants to use the titanium overflow waste? Titanium pulp stage 4 you can reconvert it to? Okay, so maybe that recipe is not useful until titanium processing 3. Maybe there's a better route there where you do that recycling route. Not sure. Doesn't really matter. I'm not sure what my acetone production is like, if we would actually be able to keep up if I went full MIBC. And the full titanium. We might have to expand acetone to do that. But what we can do right now for sure is clear this out. Grab ourselves the ball mills. 3 of those guys. Doing titanium grade 4. 0.5 a second. No worries. And then with the grade 4, oh no, this is set to electric furnace. Gas furnace, yeah, it's only 1 furnace as well. So the fuel usage for the furnace is a little bit more efficient. The hard part is getting all of that, getting everything out of this 1 furnace, which maybe that's why I had 2 before, was purely for inserter throughput reasons, but I think we can do it with 2 blue inserters here. 28 of this dust goes into one crafting recipe. Alright, it does seem like it does stall when it's emptying, but these guys can still load it fast enough to catch up, and these aren't backing up. So oh, but we weren't running at full speed here. Never mind. Let's see how it does with 3 of them running, and see if this is able to catch up. Yeah, it seems okay. Just watch it craft one more time, make sure that we're not backing up here on the titanium grade 4 dust in the time it takes for this to empty. This is arguably a bug, isn't it? That, like, the craft output size is so large that the machine won't load even though it's only 1 craft worth of outputs. I feel like that's a bug. But it does just barely get itself done in time. I mean, I guess I could just drop yellow inserters here, and then it definitely will move fast enough and just not worry about it. Or a single blue inserter, even. That'll reduce the time between cycles ever so slightly. Alright, cool. We have an extra 30% more titanium with just 1 extra processing step. I'm happy with that. The full processing would really push us up. It was like 20 titanium plate a second, but, like, do I have... anywhere near enough acetone for how much MIBC that would take? What is acetone's input? Bromite, sand, copper, propene, pressurized air. I mean, maybe. We can look at it. We can theory craft this, right? Alright. So yeah, nearly 20 titanium a second. Huge, huge bump. And then also, yeah, 40.8 MIBC per second, which is only 10 extra acetone a second and 30 petroleum gas a second, and a little bit of copper. Yeah, and each of these machines makes 10 acetone a second, so we could drop in these extra 2 wet scrubbers and have plenty of acetone, I think, for our needs. So we can still consider doing that. We can think about if we want to push titanium all the way to that level. For now, we're going to stick to where we're at, though. How are things doing down here? We did get a delivery of Navins. We have not yet gotten Nexilate delivered here. Or here. And I believe that's what we need for this stuff to start running is going to be Nexilate. Yeah, to both of those stations. So Nexilate is what we need to think about next. Because, like, this is running, but obviously not running enough. And we can see that our Nexilate demand is fairly high. And also, we are having serious train issues again. Looks like fluid now? And solid. Okay, it's both. But that, getting more trains here is dependent on... Well, it's the belt-based titanium, not the rail-based titanium. So it's different titanium, but it's still titanium. Because that's the old... This titanium setup. which is just ridiculous that it still exists and is still running, but hey. It seems to, Are we limited by this automated screener? Do I need to, like, drop another one of those in? Because this guy is not outputting. Oh, you know what? I bet all of this was scaled before we had belt stacking and mining prod, so there's just more ore coming in than this build was made for. That's almost certainly the issue. How's stuff going down here? Mech Parts 2 has stopped again. Probably on gearboxes, I imagine. Yes, but it just got more titanium, so it's running more. Okay. We're up to 73 gearboxes here. And again, we only need so many gearboxes to be able to do power. So, like, absolute worst case, I will come down here and I will hand deliver everything that we need to make our first steam turbine up here. The brakes, all of these, like, sub-parts of the mechanical parts that aren't used in any of the other builds, we can hand deliver that stuff. I'm not afraid of that. Otherwise, we're still waiting for red chips to the mall. We saw Mech Parts 2 they're slowly making progress, right? Every once in a while, a gearbox finds its way up this belt, so... I could possibly... I mean, it's such a pain to run two machines, right? Because, like, the inputs are so wild. But I could possibly run another machine. That is an option. Because Because, yeah, 0.02 a second, like, yeah, once we get our first delivery of these things, it'll be plenty for basically forever. But it is certainly a long time until that first delivery actually happens. And then the last component... Oh, I didn't label any of this part of the base. Let's add some tags. There we go. So I think the thing I need to work on is Nexalit. Mech Parts 2 is, I mean, it's slow, but it's running. The self-assembly monolayer is not running currently because Nexalit is not keeping up. This will pull in a belt of ore, but obviously, currently, we're not quite making a full belt of ore. We could just expand this mining a little bit. I think I have plenty of meat. So, like, that is definitely an option. The other option is, I believe you can do, like, Nexalit from tailings. And I had that set up. I say I believe. I know you can do Nexalit from tailings. Yes, there's this recipe. The titanium recipe also makes a little Nexalit as a byproduct, but that's a lot of work just for a little bit of extra Nexalit ore. Do we have Nexalit mines? Did we get those? No. I don't think. Nexalit mine. That's what it says. I don't see that as a thing. Oh, I do have them. Cool. But I can't make them. Okay, maybe they don't exist. It's weird that that recipe shows up as not hidden. Maybe the building is hidden, but then that recipe isn't hidden because it only shows up with the building. I wonder if that is also a bug. Okay. So we don't apparently have those. We got, yeah, Digosaurs. Excavation 2. Oh, that's way down there. Okay, no. So yeah, pretty much our options is more Digosaurs or this. Apparently, I am deficient in my tailings processing, so maybe it would be good to set up tailings to Nexalit again and pull in some. Oh, never mind. It is basic. Well, obviously over long term. Oh no, I'm looking at this backwards. Consumption is higher than production. So yeah, we're doing fine. We're using up tailings, but we probably could do tailings to Nexalit. Let's just see what that looks like. Nexilate plate from this one. From tailings. What does our current Nexilate make? $5 a second. Okay. So if we wanted to double our Nexilate, $7,500 tailings per second. I don't think we make that much tailings. At least not consistently. Also a bunch of muddy sludge. Yay. Yeah, I mean, we can do this. It is an option. I don't love it. The other option is more Digosaurs, or even maybe like a Digosaur. Isn't there a Digosaur upgrade? Isn't that a thing? Yeah. How do I get these guys? Gigasaurus. The other option would be to do like workers' food instead of meat, which would probably improve their whole situation. Is it not a turd? Is it something else? I have no idea. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Planetary adaptation. Speed and health are increased by 35%. The more complex biological construction process will take significantly longer, but I don't really care about time necessarily. Let's do it. Let's take it. And then did I see that there's a recipe that just lets me, like, pick up my Digosaurs and convert them? Because that would be super cool. Yes. All right. Cool. I probably could have double-checked the other creature chamber upgrades to see if any of them were worthwhile, but I feel like when I looked at this before, none of them jumped out at me as awesome. So we'll see if this 35% worker speed boost is going to cause me any issues. We still could look into worker food. I don't know how much food we're using. Not a ton. I mean, maybe like 5 a second. Sorry, no. Yeah. Yeah, 2 blues is like 5 a second. So, like, let's, because if we upgrade to worker food on top of the yellow Digosaurs, I am willing to bet that we will be much closer to saturating that belt of, although this is going to be a big build, apparently, if I want. I mean, they'll use food at a lower rate, right? Because they're... Let's, here, let's do this. We want raw Nexilate. We want a belt of it. We want it from digging with workers' food. We want to use the nice modules. See, this is the thing. This is giving me, like, nonsense results. Seen this before, and it's not any better than it was. So the answer is I have no idea what my input would actually be for meat. Like, we're definitely at less than half a belt of meat coming in right now. So if we assume it's the same for workers' food, then like 2 a second is probably good enough. So let's do like 2 a second. Let's call that good enough. That is a lot of input components for this. But other than that, it's fine. And it also has, like, every single kind of decay. We've got something that decays into jerky, we've got something that decays into biocrud, and we've got something that decays down into biomass. What a pain in the butt. But if it'll unblock my Nexolid, it's totally worth it. I'm disinclined to deal with workers' food. I have been disinclined to deal with it the whole time. I'll leave it for now with just the little bit of a boost that we got from the upgraded Digosaurs, and we'll come back to it if we need to. We're making small improvements. We're not trying to overhaul anything. That's where we're at right now. And we're going to have to overhaul things, but, like, we're so close to blue modules, or blue science, like, and with it, Nexolid processing too, that I'm just like, do I really want to do workers' food and have all of that stuff be a pain in my butt when we can just be doing this? And the answer is no, I don't want to do that. What do these guys need? The self-assembly monolayer. Okay. We could start looking at vat brain cartridges, or we could start looking at nuclear. Those are I've been avoiding nuclear for a long time now, and maybe we should just get jumping on it. We're not doing next that. That's fine. That's fine. All of this is done. So if we look at unified science again, optical fiber is done, complex circuit boards are done, advanced small parts are done, stainless is done, Nexolid plate is a challenge, but whatever. Rubber's done, nuclear samples we still need to do, organic acid anhydride is done, self-assembly monolayer material is theoretically done, but we haven't seen it run yet, so there might still be issues. Mechanical parts 1 are done, muck-mucks are done. We need, I think, a couple more factories for some of these things. If we look, because we're upping ourselves to the next science tier, I think our Logisci is... Oh no, I've got 3 factories on Logisci already. Cool. What about PySci 1? PySci 1 is also 3 factories. What about automation science? Oh, that's 6. We have plenty of automation science. Alright, never mind. I thought we were going to have to scale a couple of the factories, but it doesn't look like it. Yay. All right. In that case, let's start thinking about nuclear. So the nuclear samples, I have this scaled to 0.01 a second, and we need 0.0083 a second for science. Yeah. I don't think it's worth prodding any of this stuff. Like, we don't have any... I don't think there's any inputs in here that we, like, deeply care about preserving to the point where we want prod modules. Especially since we can only do them in a couple of places, and some loops get weird with that. Alright, so as far as the nuclear samples go... Oh, excuse me. We've got... I believe we've got every input done and available here, except for the fuel cells. Uranium fuel cells I have set up as their own little build here. And then... to get to those, we need the Yellowcake, and I have that set up as its own build here, which takes in uranium ore. We are obviously not going to be consuming a whole freaking belt of uranium ore anytime soon, but we will have it available. I think I did already make the change to my iron build to make sure that it can spit out iron dust. That's this belt that comes all the way down here. Yes, and we have plenty of iron ore dust available, so we'll have that for the uranium processing. Sulfuric acid, of course, steam. I don't think there's any reason we can't just get this build up and running. So let's export our shopping list. I think we have everything we need for these. Ooh, are we making leaching stations? We may... I may have added those to the mall previously because I knew I was going to need them. We will find out shortly. Oh, I did! I was paying attention. Cool. Excuse me. Okay, we're just waiting for a couple more impact crushers, plus whatever other random crap the bots need to bring me, because it would be good to restock on all of our inserters and pipes and belts while we're here. So yeah, we did all the FC stuff for this in a previous stream. But the uranium ore comes through here and turns into a little bit of yellowcake. The yellowcake we can process in... and yeah, this will really only run half time because we're only getting half a yellowcake a second. And that, through the particle accelerator and automated factory, makes us uranium fuel cells. And then right now we have nothing else to do with uranium-238 except warehouse it, unfortunately. So we're going to have to deal with that. And then the uranium fuel cells get fed into this whole ridiculous chain, which is the plutonium processing to get nuclear samples. And this, we're going to have to figure out what the heck we're doing, because there's a lot of fluids in here. We did refactor our phosphoric acid processing. I think we refactored it, or maybe we just talked about it. So that phosphorus acid would be able to, like, go out and come back in? Yes. Instead of having the two halves of phosphoric connected, we put rails between them. And that means that... Wait, really? We have no syngas? That can't be right. Oh! It's not right. I turned off that request, I guess, when I was doing work on this build, and it's been sitting broken since. So I'm glad I noticed that, because we'll need this build to catch back up for nuclear, because we need phosphoric acid. But, yeah, the two halves of this are split, so the phosphorus acid that is an output of nuclear can get recycled back into phosphoric acid. Everything else we already make, and everything here we need in just like super low quantities, because we're just not... because we're just not using that much nuclear anything yet. So we'll have to figure out how to get all this nicely set up, but and especially we'll have to try to figure out how to get like the isotope reprocessing to to balance cleanly. But that will be a couple of builds away before we get to that. We've got to do the... Alright, let's, while we're at the mall, let's also drop more trains off. We can do that as well. As it seems like we need them. Cool. More trains. So nuclear, we're going to do down here. Do we want to do it over here, or do we want to do it over here, is really the question. Let's do it over here. Let's do it over by where we're doing red chips. For no good reason other than that I want to. And I know I have some, there they are, radars. Let the bots catch up here on everything that I just blueprinted in. All this goes away. So, what are we doing first here? We're doing Yellowcake. So in on this, oh, we have like 4 outputs and 2 inputs. All right, so this is using all 6 stations here. Uranium ore. I don't have a uranium ore mine, by the way, but I do make uranium ore as part of... Is it a byproduct of molybdenum, or is it a byproduct? No, it's rare earths. Where is rare earth done? Thought it was down here somewhere. There we go, rare earths. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so we've got a single delivery of uranium ore available to us right now. So we might have to figure out uranium mining as well. But for now, we'll be able to at least see everything start up. Well, I say that, but we're going to get very little Yellowcake. Not enough for a train load out, so we will want to set up uranium mining. We'll be able to see this build start up, not every step of the nuclear process running, though. Oh, am I out of rail signals? Ooh, I am. Are they not being built? Did I not get a delivery of them? No, there's heaps of them. The bots just didn't bring them to me the last time I was up here. Cool. Or I ran out because I just built a bunch of other stuff. That's a possibility, too. Not a big deal. We're going to have to go back and forth to the mall a couple more times, so we'll figure it out. All right. So first step... solid drop-off. We're going to bring out... that. These are all going to be the uranium ore. This wants uranium ore, and iron ore dust is the other thing, which we need at like the very end. But we will request it here. The uranium ore runs through 12 jaw crushers. All right, what's the top of this thing? Where can I actually run this belt? We'll do it there. What is this? Oh, this is geothermal. All right. Maybe I should, I'll ghost that in. I don't know if we would ever actually want to hook up to that, but just I'll ghost it in so that I know it's like generally where it goes. All right, so 12 jaw crushers. Each of these brings in 1 1/4. Does the FC think I can do that with just one yellow inserter? 1.04 per building. Nope, we're doing blue. All right. And then that spits out a bunch of stuff. A grand total of 0.55 per second, which I think does work with a gray inserter out at least. All right. Now this needs to be split a couple of ways. First, we've got stone byproduct. And then we need to split out the uranium grade 2. The uranium grade 1 comes back around. 12 impact crushers. All right. There we go. And these guys are going to crush the grade 1 down into more grade 2. And that looks like a gray in and a gray out and a power pole. It is just about ad break o'clock again. Time does fly. I recommend everyone take a quick break during the ads, get some water, stretch your legs, hydrate. When we come back, we will keep working on this. Grade 2, we get 3 a second out of this belt and 0.6 a second out of this one, so we can do that. And then that'll... Oh, I'm missing a step. I'm missing a gravel out here. Alright, I'm gonna step away and get a little bit more water while the ad runs, and I will return shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get our byproduct outputs sorted for these initial stages. Do a solid pickup there, and also one like here. If we do this right, we can do like that. Gravel there, and then the stone output here goes right across here. Stone output is how much stone? 3 a second. Gravel is 1.5 a second. Okay. and power, and these are byproducts, so high priority. Yay! So the next step then is the powdered uranium. Sorry, the uranium grade 2 is turned into powdered uranium in 15 secondary crushers. I'm gonna move this over a little bit, just so that when I grab the secondary crushers here, yeah, things fit a little bit better. All right, so this is doing powdered uranium, 0.25 in, 0.37 out, so... $10, 15 of those. And then the output of this needs to be split again, because we're going to have a sand byproduct, which goes to the right. Pull it through here, up to another station. How much sand comes out? 1.8 per second. All right. That's still just like one blue. All right. The uranium pulp now goes into 2 leaching stations with steam and sulfuric acid. Sorry, the uranium powder goes in with steam and sulfuric acid to make uranium pulp. Why do I have a feeling that this is going to be an awful building? And it is, it turns out, an awful building. Okay. Thanks, Pi. I love it when you do this. Let's see what we can do here. I think what we're going to have to do is like that kind of deal. All right, we don't have to make this quite this ridiculously sized. Then steam goes right there. And then if I wanted to double this, I would do it basically here. Like that, I think. The input to each of these is 2.5 items per second, although they're not running at full speed. So That is fine. That means that we can definitely run them off of these guys. Alright, so we need to route in the sulfuric, and we need to start making steam, and then the uranium pulp itself needs to go to the next stage. Stage 2 is more leaching doodles. Oh, ew! The input is in the middle and the outputs are... God. Pyanodons, why are you so awful? The input is... I mean... This thing has inputs and outputs on all four sides, and the way they're routed with, like, what slots are chosen as the inputs and the outputs is just, who made this? Pyanodon made this. Or maybe not. Maybe this is a not melon specialty that we're looking at right here. But, no, we actually don't care about the two there. Oh, what I could try to do... No. It pretty much has to be this. That's steam in there. That's fine. And then the stage 1 stuff, I have to bring, like, all the way here. Uh-huh. The creator of Pyanodons. I mean, yes. Originally. It's maintained by a different group of people now. But, okay. Oh, no, and we don't care about the stage 2 here. Oh, you know what? I could do this. This better? This might be slightly better. Okay. Are we turning eggshells into concrete? Not at the moment. We're turning uranium ore into Yellowcake is what we're doing. One of my favorite activities. All right, and then all of this, we have our output here. Goes into a third stage. Oh, all right. And that brings in, I think we'll do the two. Do we want to try to do it in the middle? No. If we do it from here, you know what? I don't hate that. We do it from here. And then a second one would just be that. The sulfuric is at the top. That's fine. And then our output is right in here. Okay. I don't know if I remember that sketch. One second. Why do I not hear that? It's Yellowcake, like lemon or something. All right, yeah. All right, well, I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't want to mess with it anymore. Something is... I'm not getting notification pings in chat. All right, yep, not gonna mess with it anymore. Figure it out when I'm not actively streaming. Cool. So this should be... What do we need left? We need steam, and we need the sulfuric acid input. Okay. So... sulfuric acid. All right, that will bring us our sulfuric acid, and then steam we have to make ourselves. That's, what does the FC say? 4 electric boilers? And I should have 4 electric boilers? I do! Amazing how that works. Where do I want to put these? Where do I have water? That's a question. I didn't really think about that. I always just assume that I have lots of water nearby, which is usually reasonable on this map. But right here in this exact spot, not so much. All right, we have water right over there. So we will, we can route the steam out. No, that can't route through there. Build a water filter and a water pump and a water processing station. Yeah, it feels like that sometimes. But no, just the normal Factorio water pump. There are some things that need, I think, like processed purified water, but not this particular thing. All right, sulfuric acid has been delivered. Uranium pulp stage 1 is running. That is outputting to stage 2, which is running. Which is outputting to stage 3. That's a different problem. I don't know if heavy water's a thing in, There is heavy water, but it's from fusion, so we might not use it until later. Yeah, we don't use it until, fusion. Alright, and then finally, our last step here, we actually make the Yellowcake. Alright. Steam and uranium pulp stage 3. And, this iron ore dust. Oh, we are fissioning right now. Yes, we are nowhere near fusion yet. Honestly, we're not even really to nuclear power yet. We just need nuclear stuff as an ingredient for our next science pack. There is no purified water? I thought there was something that did something with water. Maybe I'm thinking of a different fluid. I could just be very mistaken. Pretty much. Yes, we just take the water out of the lake and throw it in the reactor core. Look, if there's anything living in the lake water, the reactor will deal with it. All your kaiju dreams are about to become reality. Okay, so this is great, and it works, except you could see we had an entire trainload of uranium ore, and we got this much Yellowcake out of it. So we need a lot more uranium ore to start spitting out enough Yellowcake. So that is the next thing we need to do, is we need to find a uranium ore patch, and we need to start mining it. Oh dear, it's a special mining drill. I didn't even think about that. Oh, and it takes a lot of stuff. This is the one. I was looking at all this stuff for nuclear, and I was like, none of this takes many of the, like, new inputs. Like, oh no. Oops. The bots will figure it out. So yeah, we need to bring some... Wait, really? There's no electric mining drills available on the Logi network? That can't be right. There are electric mining drills available on the Logi network. Okay. I wonder how hard it is to mine uranium IRL. I have no idea. And then does this have a mining fluid? Let me look into this. What do we actually need? We're going to get uranium ore. Not searching my desktop for uranium ore, just searching in the game, thank you. We want 15 a second from this thing. Oh, that's only 4 drills. Oh, and it doesn't even have a fluid input like it does in the base game. Cool. That's easy. So we're going to have to hand deliver some stuff, though, to get that working. We need electric engine units, and we need red chips. Red chips are right here. And hopefully we have enough electric engine units as well to get the uranium mines going. I suspect the actual process of mining uranium is not difficult, and that it is all about refining it. In the real world, most mining is not difficult. Rocks are rocks. Right, and I mean, there's some question of defining, you know, where does the mining end and the refining begin, right? Because, like, typically, you don't want to be shipping a bunch of worthless rocks out of your mine, so you do some early separation stages and other things, like, on-site. Is that mining or is that refining? Who knows? Alright. This needs... Oh, it's getting deliveries of pretty much everything it needs. We'll get there. We are pretty much just inserter limited on all of the inputs ending up in this machine here. Let me see if I can help it out a little bit. Alright, there we go. 4 uranium drills. Now I need to decide where I'm putting these. they can kind of go anywhere, right? Like, we don't... There's only 4 of them, and we don't have any inputs. So it really is just like feed uranium ore right to a train station and call it a day. You know what? I'm going to do this one because we have spot here to build train station, so we will do it right down there. Other than that, I need to drop off this uranium back at the... drop off this uranium grade 2 at the uranium processing line. And then once we have the uranium mine going and we have hopefully Yellowcake running a little consistently, we can move on to the next step, which is making the uranium fuel cells from the Yellowcake. Let my bots catch up to me, or they'll be drifting across the map forever. Oh, these are tiny, even. Oh, God. Guess whose land it was on? I have no idea. Oh, of course. Here I was hoping that was going to be like some ironic justice, but no, it was just horrible. Like, oh, it was land that was actually owned by the, you know, some investor behind the Enron scandal or something like that, but no. All right, we got uranium ore going. So that will be feeding our Yellowcake production now, which means we are on to the next step, which is the fuel cells. This is an easy one, other than the fact that we need to stockpile the U-238, because I don't know what to do with it yet. But But it's just one particle accelerator and one automated factory, or arguably two automated factories, but yeah, that's easy enough to set up. So we will set it up. And then after that, there is this whole thing, and we're going to have to stop and think and talk through this one, because this is a process. This is where it gets crazy. This is easy. So just one particle accelerator, one automated factory. I should have grabbed those when I was doing... when I was up at the mall grabbing the other stuff. But I didn't. So we're going back up to the mall. And... how are we doing here? Uranium ore? Yep. Pretty close to a delivery, even. Cool. This is where it gets crazy on the scale of Pyanodons. It's, the nuclear chain, I mean, it's honestly not too bad. It's just a lot of weird byproduct management. And a little bit of sci-fi, technology. I mean, it's not really well, okay, it's sci-fi technology. I'm fairly certain doing, yeah, we're counting crazy on a curve. But, like, all of this process here is, like, literally, like, watching elements decay and, like, catching decay neutrons and forwarding them to other isotopes to make the isotopes you want. And, like, that's not really sci-fi. Like, that's kind of how nuclear reactors work. But also, I'm fairly certain we don't do that at industrial scales. Not that we make plutonium at industrial scales anymore, but even then, like, maybe stuff like this was actually part of the process, but I suspect we just dumped the waste isotopes or burned them in other kinds of reactors. And then I think most of the stuff down here is fairly real, like the chemicals involved in processing uranium and plutonium and how we can clean and recapture our inputs. Anyway, this first. And we have everything except a few belts from the bots, so that's not bad. Have we gotten Perylene running yet? Oh yeah, we have. Not quite a delivery sitting in that tank. Back to work for Kellen. All right. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Everyone should follow Kellen. His streams are always super chill, super fun. What am I doing? We are doing nuclear. So, have we gotten a train delivery of more? Yes, we are getting more of the uranium ore coming through. So this is all gonna just kind of keep running. Not super fast, but hopefully fast enough. It's like half a Yellowcake per second or something like that. It is not the fastest thing in the whole wide world, but it'll get done. And then over here, we'll go ahead and set up another rumpet. So for the uranium fuel cells, it's the Yellowcake in, and then fuel cells out. That's actually, there's not a lot going on here, station-wise. We'll have another station for spare U-238. Which I need to decide how I want to handle the woo, that's a fun recipe to reprocess the uranium-238. But we're not doing that yet. It's just going to spoil. It's going to end up as ash. I don't know how I want to handle those stations. I probably want a U-238 output. And then anything that... Because, yeah, we're also going to use U-238 eventually for MOX fuel cells, probably. Oh, we could use uranium text plates. So, yeah, we'll output U-238, and then anything that spoils will go into a chest where it can slowly spoil into ash again. Because I don't think I can do anything with uranium oxide. I cannot. So we'll have 3 outputs then. One for the fuel cells, one for U-238, and one for ash. Okay. And a solid drop off here. There we go. So this will bring in just the Yellowcake. Which, it's gonna be a while before we get a delivery of that. This is a very slow process. What does Yellowcake stack to? Stack size is 100, so we need 2,000 of it, so 4,000 seconds, give or take. A little over an hour. Okay, a little over an hour until we get our first delivery of Yellowcake. I can hand feed it just to confirm that everything turns on. And then the uranium fuel cells, we definitely will be running trains on, like, much smaller thresholds, because we go from 1 Yellowcake a second here down to 0.033 uranium fuel cells a second. And I don't even want to figure out how long it'll take for a... It'll be a lot of hours if we're waiting for a full train of uranium fuel cells at the rate that we're going to be producing them. That's All right. Yellowcake isotope separation. One doodle there. And then we'll do, coming out of this, we're going to have two things. One is the U235, right? It's 235? Yeah. And that goes directly out where we need it to go. You know what? Let's do it on this side. No, let's not. Let's do it on this side. I changed my mind again. What we'll do is we'll go there, and then we'll have this come in here. And then this side is going to be the U238. Prioritize it to the right, so it does come through here. That'll feed up to 2 automated factories making cells. Oh, plus we need to bring in, I forgot, we also need aluminum. That's fine. Aluminium. And then at the end of this, any U-238 that does spoil into uranium oxide, we need to bring out to our oxide spoilage location. All right. So now we're going to have a pickup here. And this is just going to be the U-238. And then anything that comes into here that turns into the uranium oxide will get combined with this. Anything that decays on that belt and we'll come up to, oh, it's actually not a direct insertion here. It's going to be filter these guys to ash. And then anything that does make it up here will just decay and eventually end up as ash in here over the course of a day. All right. I think that's pretty much right, except that we also just need our actual, like, output. This needs output, output. Again, we split it. The left is the fuel cells. The right will be any uranium oxide decay. And that just goes right up to the rest of the outputs for the uranium oxide decay. Then our output comes right into here. I'm going to get rid of all of this, all of this, all of this. Because this is going to be such a low throughput product that we want to, we don't want to be buffering a bunch of it on our belt because we're going to be transporting it like one stack at a time. And if we're only going to be doing one stack at a time, then we don't need the extra throughput that thing gets us, and it'll just cause us to have weird delays and extra buffering that we don't need. So just get rid of it. The U-238 and the whatever up here I don't care as much about. But what we should do is this. So this will be uranium oxide and ash. And that way anything that gets put into the hands of these inserters or anything that decays while a train here is waiting to pick up, actually this should also be include ash just in case. Anything that would block a train from thinking that it's full of U-238, we get out of the way. We have some similar constructs down at Animal Processing for exactly the same reason. Except all of this needs to be one more over. Oops. No! What am I doing? This just doesn't work this way. I have to do this. There we go. I figured it out. And it's fine that this is only going to load with a few of these. We're not going to be moving belts and belts all at once of U-238, right? We're spiking power a little bit when this thing runs, which is not a surprise. Same thing here. This should handle ash just in case. Hey, and we got some U-235. Cool. That looks good. I want to do this. Basically, because this one's not here, I don't want a bunch of U-235 to be backed up here and just spoil. It's just wasteful. If and when we hook up the second automated factory to this thing, we will deal with it that way. But that is uranium fuel cells. Woo. There it is. That's not a milestone? I don't get a milestone for my first uranium fuel cell? Sheesh. I feel like that deserves a milestone. I'm actually disappointed. Alright, cool. So this works, and obviously it's gonna need a lot more Yellowcake delivered. Trains will get to that eventually. We can't really make Yellowcake any faster unless we like upgrade this to do 2 belts at a time of processing, which we could, but it would be big. And I'm not quite prepared to go for 2 belts of uranium just right at the start. It's way more than we need. Like, 1 is more than enough. It's just a matter of, as always, like, filling up the buffers to the point where stuff can run consistently. But we only need 50 of these guys to run, right? So... Oh, I had my logic backwards on this. There's only... It's up to 2 particle accelerators to run 1 automated factory, not the other way around. So I need to rejigger this to potentially run 2 particle accelerators, not to potentially run 2 factories. So all of this is wrong, is what I'm saying. All right, 1 input there. And then our outputs are still going to be... I mean, here, let's just do 1 output, 1 output. And then this comes through. This will get split into... U-235 on the right. And then the U-238 gets split on the left. Output priority. Cool. And that feeds our assembler, our automated factory, making the uranium cells. All right. And then, same deal, we need to deal with the byproducts. And it is add break a clock as well, I just realized. So we will, that's that, output there. And then the actual output from the machine. Right here. There we go. Actually, you know what? We can do that. All right, I'm going to get some water while the ad break runs. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I appreciate everybody sticking around, and I will see you shortly. Welcome back, folks. Our power is awful. Those uranium mining drills use a lot of power. Okay, that's exciting. They are immediately one of my top power consumers. Particle accelerator, of course. And then the usual suspects. There's not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately. We're still waiting. I mean, I could drop down another gigawatt of our, like, existing power plant design. I really don't want to. You know, ideally, we do finally get our delivery of mechanical parts and the self-assembly monolayer to this, and we're able to do our upgraded power plant design, because that's, like, the main thing. It seems like it's running fine. I mean, everything's running slowly, obviously. But this thing won't run. Yeah, it's already stopped. And is power stable when it's not running? Barely. Right on the edge. Oh, I really didn't want to have to do another power expansion, and I still really don't want to. All right, what's going on with the rest of the base? Let's do some check-ins on the usual bottlenecks. We're still blocked on iron nexalite antimony special alloy there. This is blocked on tinned cable. Okay, it just got more. Excellent. Brakes are running. That is good to see. Iron nexalite antimony special alloy is blocked on... Oh, nexalite now instead of antimony. Excellent. Vitraloy, it looks like, is blocked on antimony, though. Antimony is running, although how are we doing on coke deliveries? Multiple trains en route, so I'm assuming at least one of those is coke. So it does seem like antimony is doing okay. Silicon down here is not running? Because we're out of aramid fiber, of all things. Okay. That's not ideal. Why is aramid broken? Where is aramid fiber? That's another question. I thought it was up here somewhere. Here it is. Aramid fiber is... Oh, titanium. Of course it's titanium. So we might have to give in and do that full titanium processing line. Unfortunately. I'm just looking at how much titanium demand there still is here. And it's, yeah. Oh! I didn't realize that I was still sending titanium from the belt base to the rail base. No wonder the belt base titanium is also so screwed up. Half of it is getting yoinked away. Alright, we need to go turn that off. That needs to not be happening anymore. That's not enough titanium to be useful. And it's just causing problems. So we'll turn that off, and then I think we are going to have to contemplate doing the full titanium upgrade, as much as I have been trying to avoid it. And I will just dump that titanium, and the bots will happily take it somewhere that it's needed when I get to the mall. I think we do still have to keep this caravan station running. I think that's used for something that I care about in the belt base. But for the most part, that should redirect a lot more titanium back into the back to the mall. So yeah, we've just got the one titanium station, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stations that are waiting. Ooh! We could probably, if we really pushed on it and we didn't care too much about the fact that the base is browning out really, really badly, we could potentially make chemical science happen very soon. The only thing that we are still missing is nuclear samples. And like, yes, this is... Oh no, I just dragged and dropped some stuff. Okay, Control Z works in EFC. This is a lot, obviously, but like... we could probably make it happen. Here, let's get our order of operations in this, like, sorted out so that I can kind of tell what's going on. That makes antimony phosphate and the Purex concentrate 1. The antimony phosphate makes the plutonium peroxide, which gives us the plutonium oxide, which we run through the particle accelerator to separate everything. And then our byproducts, the Purex concentrate and the antimony phosphate 2, get recouped, and then we also have cooling and a little bit of water. All right. I mean, we could go build this, although have I been making breeder reactors? Are they in the mall right now? No. Do they need some horrible ingredient that I haven't considered? Almost certainly. Oh, that's not too bad. It's really just the however many circuits it needs that are going to be a problem. 500 red chips for the breeder reactor. Oh. Which I cannot keep running consistently. I mean, yeah, without... I think it's got to be titanium, and I still don't really know how I want to scale Nexalit. Like, titanium will help a little bit with scaling Nexalit, just because it makes a little bit of Nexalit ore as a byproduct. But that's not like a major Nexalit improvement. That's just like a little extra trickle. It's a little Nexalit as a treat. Because, yeah, if we flip over to the Nexalit tab, I'm sure this looks just as bad as titanium does. 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, yeah, 5 stations that want Nexalit. Train is... Oh, dear. A train is stuck. When I reconfigured this, I broke the... Cool. Alright, now the question is, why aren't these running? They don't have wood, and they don't have wood because I literally left this belt broken. Wow. I thought I had finished that project. Apparently, I just mostly finished the project. And I remain an idiot, and I remain bad at this game. There we go. When in doubt, just build more. Yep. Well, it's a matter of... It's not about not building more, it's about trying not to build the wrong things and not wanting to spend a bunch of time and a bunch of resources on things that I don't need yet. Like, am I eventually going to need more titanium? Definitely. Alright, these guys are running now, so that should get this unstuck without me needing to mess around with any other tanks or anything. Not necessarily, like, super quickly, but it will get itself unstuck. Especially while we're low power. Oh my gosh, we're really dropping down in the power department sometimes. That can't be right. Something's wrong. Our power is not 4 gigawatts. Something is wrong. This looks okay. Yeah, that's doing fine. The other ones are not in radar range, so let's go see if any of these are, like, actually actively broken. Because I don't think our power should ever be dropping that low. That is the thing. I mean, these are all running. These are all running. I'm just like, is something backed up somewhere in one of these power plants? Doesn't look like it. We expect the last two to kind of run part-time. That's fine. It's also the case here. I mean, everything seems okay. I could do the thing that I was talking about doing, which is readjust all of my routing for the high-pressure steam so that everything is on, like, one sort of bus. I think I do want to do that, because that way we can balance out load across all of the generators a little bit better. And that means that the base is definitely going to get real sad for a minute, because I'm about to turn off some power. Can't wait to try Pi myself. Played around 2,500 hours without mods. Wow. Just trying space exploration. Always overbuild, limited resources, and making good use of the ones I have will be interesting to try. Yes, Pi definitely punishes overbuilding. That is something to keep in mind. We are... You know what? Let's make sure... I don't want to cut that. I want to... Or I don't want to copy that. I want to... There we go. This we can just delete. This we can just delete. And then we are going to basically be rerouting the... geothermal water so that instead of going down, we're going to push it up. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to... I think I have enough power from the geothermal that I can make, like, geothermal be the power for my power plants. And then... I can change all the power plants to push all their steam together all at once. And change all of that to have a bunch of turbines there. This one I'm just turning off, because I don't think this ever runs. And that extra turbine is just going to confuse the game's power logic. Alright, and then this geothermal is actually coming down from one of the other geothermal places up there. So I think it should all be routed in here. If we grab this, drop it like here. So each of these can make, in theory, 60 a second, and each of these will consume, in theory, 60 a second. Okay, 3 of them, sure. The steam battery does not go here. And these are going to need, like, a jump start, basically. And they're also going to need pressurized water. And then as soon as these all turn on... How did I get that to be steam? What did I do? Oh. This has just always been wrong? Yes, this has just always been wrong. Okay. Okay. So this should have more than enough power to power itself. Yeah. Because this provides about 1 gigawatt. So now what we need to do is all of our individual power plants, we want to get them hooked up to this without hooking up to the main grid. And then each of them, as they get hooked up, we get rid of this generator and this overflow valve. And then we should see that this is now running still just off of the 3 high-pressure steam turbines from geothermal, but now all of the output from this is able to go to the main base. And then we need to do the same thing except get this hooked up to our other ones. if we check this, we should now see that, like, everything is multiples of 4, basically. Except for pressure pumps, because we have 1 extra of those. Yes. So we are now running all 4 of these power plants off of the geothermal, and it looks like we could run about 4 more of them if we wanted to. Cool. Next step is to start tearing down the generators that are at each station. Let's see. Oh, I just realized the way I was doing this, I actually needed these. There we go. And this is now going to be our main, like, steam bus that every station is going to hook up to. Do we need any of these station power lines? Yeah, we're doing stuff with them up there. Okay. Cool. And of course it's too long. That's fine. Where do I want to put in the pump? Let's do it here. And can I make sure this pump is hooked up to the right power grid? Yes. Cool. So now we have 1 bus of all of our steam, which I don't actually want to do right here because this is the backup power lines and I don't want to accidentally bridge them. So let's go north. All right, that's 4.3. We should be able to do more than 4.3. I don't know how much more, but more. Oh, right, I just disconnected it. Duh. Okay, we're up to 6. 6 might be all we can really do. Realistically, I guess I can check that, right? If we go into pressurized steam, yeah, we're producing 4 a second, and we're consuming, like, 4.2. So this is it. Like, this is what we can run. The only other thing I could do to augment this is if I put a overflow here so that any extra geothermal can be passed into the rest of the system. And then we can maybe run like one more. We can scratch green. Okay. It's not pretty. And it's certainly not running perfectly. Especially when particle accelerators kick on. But the real question is, can we smooth it out a little bit? So if I add these tanks back in, and then add a few extra generators. How many generators do we have here? 14, 15, 16. Okay. Get rid of 6 of those, and we're going to do like that. All right. So now the question is, will we be able to build up a little bit of a steam battery or not? And obviously that depends on our overall demand, but it looks like we have about... We cannot run at 7 or 8 gigawatts full time, obviously. I think our overall is like 6.5. But we can peak a little bit. Ooh, okay, my depots are overfilled again. I don't know what exactly is the cause of, like within CyberSyn, of why it spits out this error when you don't have enough depot slots. But I'm fairly certain that is what causes that error. Alright, and then if I needed to augment anything else... you know, we could push more geothermal into this if we needed to. Like, each geothermal mine is not, like, heaps and heaps of power, but it's a little extra power. This does look like we are slowly buffering steam, which is great. And that does... Maybe that means we'll be able to... Well, I probably need a couple more power plants, or a couple more of these high-pressure steam turbines, so that I can... I've got one in my inventory. It would be nice to push our peaking capacity up over 8 gigawatts, just so it's there. But as long as the steam batteries are slowly filling, then I think we're doing okay, right? Like, on average, we're using less power than we're making. I should have done this a long time ago, by the way. This is a much better way to handle things than having all the steam everywhere distributed. It's hard to deal with steam batteries and stuff when it's distributed. Cool. This does not solve our power problems, by the way, and especially when we start doing nuclear samples. That's going to be another... Yes, it'll run very rarely, but it is another particle accelerator. It's a couple of centrifuges, which are not cheap power-wise either. So, you know, this whole thing is like 400 megawatts, right? And that's, that is no fun. Unfortunately, the heat from this thing is basically impossible to recapture any power from. Like, we could do... Why is this red? Why is Yafsi upset about this? Oh, fluid temperature higher than generator maximum, some wasted, yeah. So we'd want to use these steam turbines. There we go. We could recoup 135 kilowatts. It's not worth it. It's literally just not worth the hassle. And that is why this was set up this way. Because yeah, 100 kilowatts is not contributing to the base in any meaningful way. We've got 13 uranium fuel cells. We've got almost a delivery of Yellowcake. Oop, I saw a particle accelerator energy jump. That's got to be over here, though. That's the next one. Batteries running, probably. Yep. All right, well, power is not solved, but it is managed. And we are accumulating a little bit of a steam battery as well, so that is good. What I should probably do here, let's be a little bit more. All right, so this says if we go above 80%, overflow it. And this will be if we go below... go below 80% and we'll overflow if we go above 90%. I think that's... And that'll just keep this pipe more full. I don't know if that matters for these guys as far as how much of the fluid they'll pull in, but it's easy enough to add the valve, so... This is no longer accumulating. This is not doing what I thought it would do. Because yeah, this is never running. This is turning on and off because we're bouncing off of that 80% full limit. Why is that, though? So this one's an overflow. That's fine. It'll flow into here whenever. But yeah, we are having a hard time getting this to stay at... Yeah, our battery is draining at this point. We're not accumulating. Maybe our power usage is just a little bit too high for what we currently have available. Especially with one of those, one of these guys running on and off. I'm not sure. Let's see. Aramid fiber is still broken? Oh, we just got a delivery of titanium. Yay. We do still need to improve titanium. That's just gonna have to happen. The thing I'm trying to figure out is what can I do to manage power more in the short term without building another one of these. Like, if we only need a few hundred more megawatts, maybe the answer is more geothermal. There's the one down here that I haven't hooked up. This one is hooked up to the base as like a source of geothermal water for ingredient purposes, but like we've got this one here. We've got one over here. This one I think I'm using already. Yes. This one I'm using already. This one I'm using already. These are the three that are currently hooked up to power. So like there's one here. One down here. I think all of these... I need to see if I need to make... Yeah, I mean, I need to make a few fish turbines if I want to make the outpost the same. So that it's, like, self-contained and makes its own power for the geothermal. And I think I do want that. So we'll need to... yeah, I mean, I can definitely do that, because that adds. I mean, I don't know how many megawatts. 3 of them is about a gigawatt, so like it's a few hundred megawatts if I add a little more geothermal. All right, let me make sure that I didn't like accidentally bridge one of these guys onto the wrong power grid. Make sure that everything is running, yeah, off of the geothermal entirely. And it is. Yeah, I think we just have too much demand. Yeah, these are starting to run out of steam. Seems like everything here is running fine. It seems like these guys are all running fine. Yeah. I mean, it's not a flat line, but it's consistent. Interesting. We briefly peaked, and then we... Oh, this was because I had a bunch of parts of the power plants turned off. I bet we had a little bit of a backup of hot molten salt. So we were able to run an extra 1,000 a minute, a few thousand a minute there. And then when that's probably when we were buffering, and then we ran out, and now we're not buffering anymore. Okay. That makes some amount of sense. But it does mean that our power is getting very spiky. Just because we don't have enough steam to run all these turbines. Well, there's not a lot I can do about that other than try to make more steam. I really don't want to make another one of these power plants. Oh, I missed a belt down there. Cool. I'm gonna go fix that belt because the self-assembly monolayer material is important. It is for science, and I also, like I've said a few times, I need it for the tier 2 power plant build. So I really want that stuff to be running at the speed that build is capable of running at. I should have gone to a road. This was much slower than just going around the block. Thought I was cheating, but not so much. How's mech parts doing? Electronics are now the limiting thing, and that's almost certainly going to be, yeah, MOSFETs. Brakes have accumulated somewhat. We have a little bit of electronics. We have a little bit of control panels. We have a little bit of gearboxes. We have a lot of utility boxes. All right. For whatever reason, utility boxes have had no problem continuing to run. Control panels are probably going to slow down because I think I'm going to run out of Nexalite batteries because we just can't power that. Can't keep that particle accelerator powered right now. Cool. That should run a little bit more consistently now for the trichlorosilane. And, alright, we're just starting to get to the point where this will start buffering. But if it runs these two machines now, full speed, which, will it? What are we actually limited by? Yes, we should be able to run those 2 machines full speed. Okay. And we just got inserter capacity bonus. Woo. And then the PT CDA here should start backing up, I believe. Yeah. Assuming, again, that everything stays powered, which it's not. The problem is that I think this is more than just a couple hundred megawatts that we need. So I don't know if just trying to hook up 1 or 2 more geothermal sources is going to be good enough. But we're also very, very close to being able to do the new power plant properly. So we might just suffer through the brownouts and maybe hand feed some things and move some stuff around ourselves. Including, you know, some red chips, including mechanical parts, wherever they are down here. You know, whatever we need to do to get the stuff we need for Power Plant 2 done. Because that is, like, such a huge upgrade. And it's really, I mean, it's these 20 biomass power plants that are going to ruin our day. But other than them, heat exchanger, high-pressure steam turbine, like, the turbine, and we've gone through all of this before, but, like, the turbine will require a little bit of everything, but that's okay. The heat exchangers and the biomass power plants don't require a huge variety of ingredients, but, like, 20 of these is still expensive. But when this whole thing is done and over with, like, we're making 9.5 gigawatts from it, right? And that is freaking huge. So that needs to be the goal, I think. And I think we're very close to being able to make this happen if we are willing to, you know, grab a few stacks of this stuff by hand and grab a few stacks of mech parts 2 by hand and probably some circuits by hand and hand deliver them all to the right machines. 20 biomass power plants is going to be the most expensive part, I think, because each of these takes 100 complex circuit boards. So this needs 10 stacks of circuits. But, like, we could turn it on while they're ghosts. We only need a few of them running initially, right? So that would also be an option. And then this is 2,000 degree steam that we're making. And the current steam is what? 1,000 degrees. Okay. So it's a different, unfortunately it's a different steam. So it's not easy to have the two systems connected together, I don't think. I think we have to... We'll figure that out. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here. Oh, we made good progress. Like, we are, besides our power issues and besides doing the last of the nuclear sample build, we are pretty much done with everything for chemical science. We are dangerously, dangerously close to chem science. At this point, it's about, like, upgrades and fixing bottlenecks. We obviously still have a bunch of stuff in this High Science 2 tier that we can, like, unlock and research and do. Oh, I need this, actually. I need this tech. I assumed that I had heat exchangers for the, for my nuclear build. So we need that. Most other things I think are just upgrades and simplifications. But regardless, you know, once if we can scrounge together enough materials to get the power upgraded, 10 gigawatts is huge. It doubles our power, more than doubles it. And then from that, we are hopefully, fingers crossed, in a place where, you know, we can start applying some of the stuff that we've researched, right? Because, like, I've been avoiding this titanium upgrade, and there's no freaking point in doing it right now because we're going to be running into even more of a brownout, and all the processes will slow down even more. So, hey, we're staying. Nope, never mind. I jinxed it. But yeah, once we get power sorted, we can scale more. We can clean up some of the places we're having issues, and I think we will be in a much better place. So that's the plan next time. The plan next time is to do whatever we can to get that new power plant built, and then continue bottleneck hunting, right? That's been the name of the game for, I feel like, the past 100 hours, is just bottleneck hunting, and it will continue to be the name of the game. We're so close to chem science, though. If we decide we want to do it, we could probably get our first chem science pack next week. I'm not sure it's worth doing that just yet. I think it's worth doing the other stuff first. But yeah, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and occasionally other bonus streams. Thanks for coming by, Carl. Good to see you. Yeah, that's the outro. That's my spiel. I don't think I have anything else to say. I'll see everybody next time.